Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, May the 20th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, guys. And Pepe, thanks so much for an early alert in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, we're good to go. Both rooms. Poet, guys, here we go. Maybe, well, I've been looking at this one, as you know, for the last 4 days. Well, 3 days, really, after the 3-day down. So it is above the close of 2 days ago, and the next high is $17. Now, whatever we think of the stock, whether we truly believe that they've done a financing at 21, I mean, the stock is now starting to recover somewhat. Okay, so that is Poet, P-O-E-T. MWC announces annual shareholder meeting via written resolution. I mean, that's the only news I see on it. Yeah, I don't see any other news on it. Japanese stock, low float, 2.8 million, 10 million have traded already. So that is MWC. And of course, guys, NVDA this afternoon after the market closes. This is, of course, the major one with our earnings today after hours. Expectations running high, what I was reading this morning anyway, for the famous beat raise. So that is, so obviously all eyes are going to be on NVIDIA this after hours today. So MWC, again, I could not see any specific news on it. Arcadia. Well, it looks, yeah, I don't see any news on it, guys. Nothing. They had earnings last week, but I don't see any news on this one right now, which would indicate there's any reason for this rise. Not China, so it's a U.S. stock. And there's Mr. Gloomy Gus himself, William. So William says NVIDIA usually does a beat raise and then sells off anyway. Okay. But that's based on past performance, of course. But the expectations are just sky high. One moment, guys. Okay, so PETZ, P-E-T-Z. P-E-T-Z is, again, no news that I can see, 26%, a lot of volume, another China stock, low float. Give me one moment, guys, as I try to get these windows a little more locked in here. All right, so VIDA, V-I-D-A, Life. What is this one doing? Again, the only thing I see is substantial insider purchases, which is, of course, pretty big news, I guess. Who are they? So substantial. Looks like some funds here. Anyway, that's I'm not going to go through them all, but so VIDA, V-I-D-A, some substantial insider purchases. That appears to be the news. Take a look at some of the. Is this Potbelly? No, Purple. This is Purple Biotech. Okay, so Purple Biotech, PPBT. Again, guys, I just don't see any news on this. had earnings last week. Said May 15th. However, I do see something. I don't know if this is just a rehash. This looks like just a rehash, though. This was after hours yesterday. Maybe it wasn't official when they were on the 15th. Anyway, there's no huge disaster here. Nothing down like 100% or anything like that. Well, 100%, 50%. Big one from yesterday, guys. WNW is now above the close of yesterday. So when I say big one, I mean it got up to 640, but it did close down here at 478. So that's a pretty big percentage pullback. Well, let's take a look. Here's another earnings play, guys. IMVT is an earnings play. I don't know what you saw about that one, William. IMVT is up 19, almost 20%, and great volume already. IMVT is an earnings play. Oh, cheap earnings play. EGHT is an earnings play. Is a cheap one. Just trying to see if there's anything. Perry is an earnings play. PERI. You show IMVT as a miss. Okay. Perry is an earnings play, guys. Moving down underneath 10, of course. Maybe going to challenge 9. Reported mixed Q1 financial results for that. So that is not necessarily a miss lower. But right now the market is punishing it through the 200-day moving average. So Perry, PERI, is through the 200-day moving average. No volume on this one yet, but Hasbro. This is an earnings play. Released pre-market. Hasbro is an earnings play, HAS. There's no volume on it yet, only 5,000 shares. But, we speak, it's a little weak right now. And there is your Cava. Yes, so there's your Cava. Did you say this was a beat miss or beat raise? So Cava is a beat raise. So they beat on revenues, beat on earnings, and they're raising guidance. So for Cava, the next high is 86.53. So it's at that high right now. If it can really take that, wow, it's got lots of room. If it really takes that one out, 92.59 is the next high. Looking left for Cava. I think it's going to get there, of course. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said it was a beat. Sorry, I thought you said Cava was a beat raise. Sorry. Just didn't know the guidance. Okay, well, it's a beat. Poet, guys, I'm telling you, Poet. If you didn't know it, Poet might be moving higher here, guys. There's the next high looking left. 17 is the next high looking left. Take a quick look at the sectors, some of the major sectors, guys. So the semis ahead of NVIDIA's release. Maybe that's the reason, but the semis are up. Silver's up. Okay. Who's down? Well, how about oil? XLE, not a huge drop, but XLE and OIH, the two worst performing sectors in the pre-market. Okay, energy ETFs, but SMH and silver. SMH though, definitely the top sector as we speak in the pre-market. Now there's the poet right here. Poet right here. AMPG was a pretty big or active one yesterday, also, guys. AMPG, AMPG. Been on quite a run. Let's see, a 4-day run, 220, and now it's at 457. 2 days ago, it was a 220 stock at the low. All right, let's take a look at MU, Micron. Yeah, Micron, yeah, big lift, not quite a lifetime high. Again, MUU and MUD, right? Those are the two ETFs, which really don't help us, helping us in that trying to find something, an ETF, instead of having to pay $734, a nice cheaper ETF to take advantage of it, but there isn't one. Somebody's into numerology then at VIAV, probably, if they're doing a financing. They didn't get quite as exact as you did, but approximately 11.1 million shares. They're raising $500 million. Another huge raise. Poet, I mean, again, it seemed like they raised $400 million at $21. Here's another earnings play, guys. Not a lot of volume yet. Israeli company, TATT. And let's see. High right there is 36.93. So it's right at these highs here. So the next high after that is 37.40. So, again, not too much volume yet, but a nice reaction so far for TATT. Harry continues to move down here, guys, on earnings. Let's take a look at this monthly chart to see where this thing could go. So the next low on a monthly chart is 837. So it's got a little bit of room on a monthly chart anyway. And that is Perry, P-E-R-I. Morning, Ozzy. Okay, let's see. RRGB Red Robin is an earnings play, not much volume. Just sort of looking at some of these earnings plays. Zito is an earnings play, guys. ZTO is an earnings play, and yeah, the volume's not great yet, but it will pick up. Trying to hold the VWAP. Look at the on the 5-minute chart. You see that purple line. That is the VWAP. So ZTO is trying to maybe hold the VWAP. This is an earnings play. Again, not much volume yet. I really have to hold myself back from buying Poet right now. I'm not going to do it. So I've made a slight revision now to this. I used to only have the top 6. I've got the top 10 now, and I don't find it too jumbled. Sometimes what happens is if some stock is up like 300%, it kind of makes all the other ones look almost unreadable. But so I don't mind having the top 10. So this is the top 10 now. Again, this is all customizable, guys. If you're wondering about this, if you're taking my pre-market actives up and down from my homepage, speaking of that, I just want to see if the adjustments have been made to the promo codes. And the answer is no. Hmm. Okay, guys. Let's see. So the poet is still holding over 10. Kava is still ripping higher here. The SPY is trying to, well, it's at the VWAP now, just a little bit underneath the VWAP right now as we speak. This is not shortable for me. I was just checking now. This is not shortable for me. PPBT, not shortable for me. And that is at Interactive Brokers. I can only speak for Interactive Brokers, of course. IMVT, guys. So IMVT is still strong but weakening. Okay, I mean, when I say strong, it's still up almost 20%, but it's starting to weaken right here. Okay, see, there's the 200-day moving average. This is an earnings play, but it is starting to weaken. Now, also, this is not just, yeah, I just going to say, whoever wrote this headline or this, the headline for their earnings release is almost exactly what I was thinking. So it surges on 22% on trial data. Earnings are an afterthought. Most of these companies don't make anything. So really, this is the reason for the surge. Okay. It just happens to be an earnings play also, but that's not the reason. So IMVT is starting to fade though. All right. So you're talking about, Intuit. Of course. Yeah. Intuit software doing tax returns, etc. Sure. Wow, what an expensive stock. So, is there an ETF for this one? Then, well, you could do that, but so the question is, I see all the way down the list. I could do that, but I'm just choosing to see the top 10. That's all in both. I mean, I could obviously do that if I took off you know, but I'm still only. I mean, remember now you have control of how many you want to see. Use record count. I've got 10. If I wanted to put 20, I'd see 20 in this list. But I'm just wanting to see the top one. But that's up to you. Of course, it's completely what you want to see. So again, is there an ETF for these guys? Must be, right? An ETF that you could buy buy if you think it's going to keep moving down as a short, or we'll buy both the short ETF or the long ETF. So Perry is trying to hold 9 as we speak. Really? No, no into it ETFs. Interesting. And yet you've got ETFs for some of these, like Gemmy. Why does Gemmy have one? I mean, into a huge company. Okay, guys. So Cav is having its first little pullback. William, stop it. Yeah, so here's MWC is, yeah. So challenging the VWAP right now, guys. MWC challenging the VWAP. I don't see any news on it. I see nothing. I just see, announces a shareholder meeting, but that was yesterday. I see no news on this one today. Anybody see anything about this one? Japanese company, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Who knows? Maybe I'm not even allowed to buy it. IMVT continue. Wow, IMVT now is really starting to swoon here. IMVT underneath that whole number, underneath the VWAP, continuing its move down. All right, USAR. Well, USAR is pulling back into the VWAP, guys. USAR pulling back into the VWAP. Let's look at some of these ones that have active in the race right now. So, what is one a race that I haven't talked about? I think we've talked about all of these ones so far. The 5 winners so far. Is it okay? Thank you, Monica. So, what Monica is saying, for those of us with Interactive Brokers, if you wanted to buy it, they're not going to block it. But it is unshortable. Well, this is the what they say. The contract will be available for short sale if they can be located. So for me, that means it's basically unshortable. I find it embarrassing when E-Trade has shorts for things and IB doesn't. I'd be embarrassed if I was IB. Target? Target's not an earnings play, is it? Let's take a look at it though. TGT? Yes, it is. So Target's an earnings play, guys. Yeah, this is down a lot. That's a big move down, 5%, half a billion, almost half a billion in the float. So that is, I mean, you can see the bets were being placed ahead of time yesterday. Look what Target did. I mean, it closed right at the high of the day. When did they release? They released this morning, so that wasn't a release after hours. But the bets were being placed because it's not like the market was ripping higher yesterday. I mean, look at the market. The market was down, so Target was, people thought, okay, maybe they're going to beat or something, because that is a big move for Target, in my opinion, to close at the high of the day. Pretty good run, and closing at the high of the day when the market was quite a bit down. So as we speak, it's at the low, basically at the low of yesterday. Now there are a couple of lows right there, but 120, will that hold it? Will that act as support? If it doesn't, then the next low for target is, well, not that far away, but 119. Yeah, you're right. Look at that. I mean, the initial reaction and on volume too. This was not on minuscule volume. So target popped up to 131, which would have put it in positive territory, but now it's dropped 5.5%. Well, I don't really like to brand things. Is this a short squeeze or not a short squeeze? I mean, but the short float is huge. SLS, it's huge, but whether or not it's because of the fact that 30% are float or are short, but is there a reason why it's up? I don't see any reason. I'm looking for some news on it. I don't see any news on it. Had earnings a few days ago, and small one. Usually these little ones, I don't care that much about earnings, but no question that since its earnings release, it's held its own. It's a big float too, 185 million for an $8 stock, right up to 845 this morning. So the big thing right now is it going to hold the VWAP? I mean, there's the VWAP. It is a high short flow percent though, for sure. Last week's high, what was last week's high? About 783. So it's above last week's high. And then there's William. SLS is a junk stock, so it should go to zero. Okay. Somebody's asking about Tesla in our YouTube room. Blizzardo 13. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean it's up. It really hasn't moved that much in terms of a percent, but it's flatlining right now. Anchored VWAP is available. Well, it's available to anybody. Premium. I'm sorry, monthly subscribers, but it's an add-on. Prop Capital Group. Okay, it's an add-on, $50 a month add-on. So it doesn't matter if you have an annual or a premium subscription. Talking to Prop Capital Group in our YouTube room. Okay. One of the, as a fact, I think it's the only thing that is an add-on. That's not true. Go No Go is an add-on too. Less than a minute. Yes. Okay, guys. About 40 seconds, 50 seconds or so to the 9:30 open. So again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, Prop, in our YouTube room, did you hear my answer? So Kava has completely recovered, guys. Kava completely recovered. Let me first of all, let me get rid of this. It's set for this open. Well, it almost completely recovered. It got up to that $88, now back down to 87. And now we're open. We're open for business, guys. So get this race going. Large cap race. Take a look at ROIV. Is this an earning? It's an earnings play. This is an earnings play. ROIV is an earnings play underneath the VWAP right now. Some whippage with the Supermicro SMCI. Up, down, up, down. Little pop over the VWAP, but still hanging around the VWAP, MWC. I am going to put a price alert. I mean, this says it's a lifetime high. I don't know what is it. Was this a SPAC or something? You know, with that $10, looks like this might have been a SPAC. Okay, do I make an exception? No, I'm glad I didn't. I almost took this. Well, I mean, it is very whippy right now. I mean, I'm just looking at the time and sales from Interactive Brokers for MWC. I almost took this when it looked like it was going to hold over 12. Still might, but it's trading very rapidly, of course, as would be expected. 20,000 times normal up to this time of day using our relative volume filter. It's still attached to the VWAP, but it is an all-time high at, you know, as trading as MWC anyway. And I'm glad I didn't buy the poet. Perry is weakening, guys. Perry is weakening. PERI is weakening underneath 9 now. And IMVT is big surge now for IMVT. Okay, challenging the VWAP again, guys. So IMVT, it broke down through the VWAP. Looked like it was going to keep drifting down, but it has popped up right into the VWAP. Will that act as resistance? Still, a lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. 2.64 million shares available to short. And our first halt of the day, JYD, halted on the way down. HCWB is surging here, guys. This has been a really active one. I mean, it had earnings. I doubt very much it's because of earnings, but anyway, this is HCWB. Had earnings a few days ago. The high yesterday, it's approaching that 130. If it can get through that, the next high is 160. Well, big sell-off for Poet now, guys. Again, okay. Well, then look at Cava. I mean, so much whip in the first 15 minutes. I mean, look at it. I mean, remember it had recovered all the way up to 88, now back down to 85 through the VWAP right now for Cava, CAVA earnings play, still up 8%, but drifting now. Well, and there it goes, guys. MWC now, yeah, now it really is going. No, I didn't take it. I was thinking about it, but I did not take it through the VWAP now. No news on this one that I can see. Anybody find anything, or is it just one of those, Reddit plays? Some group in Reddit decided today's the day for MWC. But I don't see any news on it. And there's the halt for MWC. So look at it open. So there's the halt price. MWC, there's the stock, of course. 1360 is the halt price. Column trying to show you where it could open. Zeta continues its weakening, guys. This had an interesting day yesterday. Got up to 1979, closed down here at 18, below yesterday's close. This is the low of a couple of days ago, 1739. Will that hold it? With Perry came all the way back. Well, not all the way back, but it's out over 9 again. PERI. Wow, look at the drop for Cabin now. I have that one thumbnail on one of my other monitors. Look at the drop for Cabin now. And maybe just following the market. Okay, the market is selling off a little bit right now, a little bit above the SPY anyway. The SPY is just a little bit above the close of yesterday. I didn't see any economic news today on my economic calendar of note. All right, here's another one, guys. It's just over the whole number. What sort of room does it have? A little bit of room, not much. I'm talking about the TRNR. The next high looking left is 124. I mean, look, if you took it at 111, I got the 124. That's a great percentage move, but I just don't. I don't know what's going to get. It's going to get there. TRNR. It's actually an earnings play today. Okay, so TRNR is actually a cheap earnings play today. Mara on the move here, guys. Well, JP Morgan's cutting their target from 850 down to 7 for Mara. So that's not helping, but it's moving a little bit higher. Not because of that, of course, but inflation panic, rising yields, rate hike pressure returns. Oh, man. What does it look like? Okay, well, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 9:40 plus 44 seconds. So no big clue. Okay, I mean, there's the halt price, 1360, a little bit above. But again, as you know, this number doesn't have to. But it is the first halt. Usually, the first halt is good in that it pops up from the halt price. Usually. And if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, this has still got about a little less than a minute to open. Boy, Kava is just, I wonder if it's gonna go negative. I mean, there's the close of, yesterday at, 78, not that far away, a couple of dollars away. Another, halt, guys, LICN on the way down. There's the MWC open and slightly, what was the halt price again? Was that 1360? So it's, well, it's underneath, but it could pop back up over. Kind of like that. Boy, this is all over the place. So the best thing we can say about this one now is, will it hold the VWAP and come back? But it is very, very pretty erratic right now off that halt. Well, Dune William on the into. Look like a bounce play for you. Looking at a couple of the AI alerts right now. There's the SLS guys. SLS is, yeah, I mean, it's big move, 15% now. Let's see if there's actually news on this. It's usually sometimes clickbait. Traders react to the company's latest update on its acute myeloid leukemia pipeline and the timeline for a pivotal phase 3 readout. Okay. So that is the reason right now, I guess, for the SLS. Probably another one that's just getting kicked, UZX. Actually, I'm wrong. So this UZX, I don't think I've ever seen this one. Well, it started trading, I guess, a couple of days ago as UZX. Okay, so it's halted. Well, this could be an interesting one, guys. I've not seen this one before, and why? Well, it just started trading as UZX a couple of days ago. So let's see what happens. Maybe, who knows? Maybe this is the type of one that gets over a dollar and starts to move. Position and lifetime range has 0.0%. So this one is, which I'm very surprised at. Is that right? Can that possibly be right? because it has 185 million in the float. I thought it would have done a bunch of reverse splits or something. What that means is if you had a daily candle for SLS, even though it's been moving pretty, it must have a big high somewhere. But here's SLS. No, I mean, Ben, good spot on this one in the pre-market when you asked me about it. Okay, now Pets PETZ is trying to hold over $1. Where could it go if it? I think I saw 122, didn't I? Yeah, 122 was the next high looking left on the monthly chart. Not enough room for me, obviously, right now. However, well, it's 135 is right there. Just not enough room for me for me anyway, for it to move before it hits those next highs. Again, when I talk about looking left and hitting highs, doesn't mean they're going to be blocked there, but that's just the way I trade. Okay. If I see a next high too near, I don't take the trade. Meanwhile, the market. So the market after was drop down to 734. All of a sudden, we've had a nice little surge. Okay, guys, Mattel, MAT, and the next low looking left is around 14. So there's a little bit of room for Mattel. Not an earnings play. All right, how about this one? MTVA. High yesterday is right at almost at the high of yesterday, 211. Yeah, keep an eye on this one on the weekly chart. Where's the next high in the weekly chart? The next high in the weekly chart is 287, guys. So keep an eye on this MTVA. If it wants to hold two, there's a ton of room on the weekly chart anyway. 287 would be the next high. So keep an eye on MTVA. Got to put a price alert up here. The highs, you see how it got into 210 about 3 times on the 5-minute chart. And it's probably a low float. 3.3 million in the float. I mean, there's news, highlights peer-reviewed publication supporting the anti-fibrotic potential of vanoglipel in MASH. Okay. Definitely keep an eye on this one, guys. Like a nice 210 break on some volume could really get this one going. MTVA. This was a big one yesterday, guys. It's CMBT. It's right at the high of yesterday. You can see it was an earnings play yesterday. This might be a nice continuation of earnings. It's just over 17. What was the high yesterday? The high yesterday was 1708. If it takes that out, I mean, it's not quite a lifetime high, but it's pretty darn close. Putting a price alert around the 1712 mark, which was the high in the pre-market. That might get it going. This might be a nice second day continuation off earnings. And I'm talking about the CMBT. Decent volume already. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be back. Ugh, look at MWC now. So this is way below the VWAP now. Way below the VWAP now. MWC, guys, CMBT. Keep an eye on it. I mean, it's almost right at the my trigger. Okay, guys, I'm liking this one. The longer it holds over 17, okay, the CMBT as a second day continuation play off earnings. It's at the over the high of yesterday now, 1708. CMBT. I don't think it has tied into the market that much. Okay, just watching this one, I'm just hoping it can hold over 17. That's when I'd love to take it around 1710. If I can get back up to that 1710 mark. Just a wee little fade here off the high, but IMVT guys, challenging 33 now. IMVT has come all the way back from 30. The low was 30. So you guys, CMBT is still, it's trying to hold 17, trying to hold 17, CMBT. Well, IMVT just popped through 33. This is one of the ones I have thumbnailed on my other monitor, thumbnail chart on my other monitor. And you can see it right here, leading this race right here. I'm going to go over this. I'm going to go over the concept of racing pretty soon. MWC just opened and opened on the way down. Might not be over though. I mean, look, if it later on, if we can take out the VWAP, it may have another run in it. MWC. Kava is really trying to hold 80, guys. CAVA really trying to hold 80. You can see a bunch of right around the $80 level. Yeah, look, if it gets, I don't know, 81.63, it may have a run in it. It's still up for the day, but it's had a big drop. It is an earnings play. All right, Hun guys, Huntsman, HUN is okay on a monthly chart, certainly room in a monthly chart, a high of 16 approximately this month. And on a weekly chart, the next high is 1532. So, and on the daily, it has 1470. So there is some room for HUN on all the time frames. Okay, guys, CMBT, very interesting now for me. 1709, 1712 on the bid ask. Okay, I'm in. Let's see if this has any run in it now, the CMBT. Not telling anybody to do the same thing. Boy, the Hun took off that 14. VNT, you're talking about the VNT, okay, VNT. VNT. Now, why is this up? Why is this a? Do you think this is Pepe's sector or something? Oh, it's from his town. Oh, I see. Okay. Raleigh. Okay. Raleigh. How do you guys say that? Raleigh or the Raleigh? Raw? Okay, Raleigh. Okay, guys. So what is well, it's 10 o'clock right now, 10:01. So I think I'll go over my homepage right now. The problem is, ask the gentleman to fix my homepage so that I had the new promos out. I'm probably going to have to type them in, guys, because there is two new promo codes out for today. So let me see. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you are going to see. So that is wrong. Okay. So I'm going to have to type these in. Okay. Okay. So you can get a better promo code. Okay. So I've typed them in. So you can get 22% off using Barry 22. 22% off. You have to listen carefully. Actually, maybe I'll start off with the premium. You can get 28% off a premium annual subscription. Okay. A premium annual subscription, 28% off. The rest of them, the two monthlies and the annual standard, you can get 22% off. Okay. So if there's any confusion, just let me know. Obviously, you don't want to use Barry 15. You can do better than that. Okay. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Why? I'm moderating two trading rooms, the YouTube room and the other one here, the trading room, as it's called, on my off my homepage. Company tracks the use of the promo codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. It's really that simple. Now, if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about this room, this is a way more active room, a lot more interaction amongst traders. Also, this room, the trading room here, it's free, but it's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for, want to get some interaction with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. Obi, thank you, Obi. He opens the room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So that's why Obi does it. I get on the mic for both rooms, between 9 and 9:15. Then I usually go till about 2 o'clock, maybe a little bit later, maybe a lot later, depending on questions. If you have questions, I'll always stay later. But after I leave this room, Obi tends to keep the room open after I leave for a certain period of time. He'll let us know. Okay. Now, keep scrolling down and you can get the trade of the week right here. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down. Here it is. You can sign up for it. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. Education. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, first thing to do if you do take out a subscription or if you were thinking about it, okay, click on the education, the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. This is mandatory if you've just taken out a subscription. Okay. If you're thinking about the product, though, you can start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can always try us for a month. Nice promo on. You get 22% off that first month. If you don't like it, just let us know and we'll unsubscribe you. New to trading, this is for you. Back to basics. 15 short video. Well, they're not short actually, but 15 videos. They're all free if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, let me get this a little bit bigger. And you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So here are the ones. Let me get rid of this price alert. So here are the couple that you can see. The large cap gainers is right here. The other race is a volatile race, way more volatile. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Here's the Halter Zoom, is very active as always. I do have other scans, so I'm sharing. The upside versus downside movers is here. And then these four, the momentum, gap scan, Pepe combo. I do have this one up and running. I haven't had a chance to look at it. The up down. It looks like it's right here. Not too many coming from it, which is great. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. Okay. So if you have questions, don't feel that you're interrupting me, please. Okay. You can ask me questions all day long. I will do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting question, I cannot answer that, but I can direct you to those who can. Okay. So actually, I love questions. It keeps me engaged, motivated to keep in the room. Okay. Seriously. Now, you're not often a hunch player, are you, William? Yeah, IMVT is it had a beautiful recovery. So did and so did, well, not a huge recovery yet, but Kava. Kava is certainly bouncing off 80. Yeah, so IMVT, the high in the pre-market was around 35. Okay, so it has a little bit of run or a little bit of room to that high. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. US antimony. Okay, guys. UAMY is now over the whole number of 8. Next high, got a lot of room. A lot of room, okay, on this daily chart. Look at that, 888 or so. 880 is the next high looking left, so it has a lot of room to run. It's right at the high of yesterday. Right at the high of yesterday. So it has room to run if it wants to. Well, I should have taken the Hun. This is the one that really moved. The CMBT, what's the problem I got with it right now, and I may bail, guys. I may bail on it. It's right where I bought it. A bunch of topping tails now. CMBT. I may bail on it. I can look at these topping tails right here. Yeah, I've just bailed on it, guys. Okay, I've just bailed on it. Basically flat. I may take a look at it later. Had a little bit of profit when it ran to 717 or 1717, but didn't like the fact that it was struggling to get through that. I will put a price alert at 1715. Maybe later on I'll try it again. MWC. Wow, continuing its march down, guys. Yeah, WMC. Did I say that? How about MWC, not WMC? Yeah, well, Obi, you mentioned HCWB maybe getting close to two, and it is definitely close to two, right at two. Just give me one moment, please. Yeah, well, this was the one, guys. HCWB. It's at right at the VWAP. Not shortable for me. Not shortable for me. Don't see any news on it, but it's been halted right now. It's halted. HCWB. It's all about the room, isn't it? I mean, the high yesterday was or 2 days ago was 160. That could have been the magnet. It was for a while, and it popped through that. There's the 200-day moving average. So it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Okay, this is another one that's been super active. Okay, the QUCY. Now here's another one. Look at this. The high yesterday. Well, it's 306, not that far away, and the next high after that is 447. Put a price alert right around the high of yesterday. See if it takes it out. Okay, on some volume. The volume is dwindling, but if it takes it out on volume, you know what? Then the next high is way above it. All right, guys. Well, let me go over this race that brought to you HCWB. Okay. We didn't see this in the pre market. This was basically something that came from the race. I did not see this one in the pre market, HCWB. The CMBT is now getting me interested one more time. FinFan, is that all you follow? Is the SPY? I mean, I know you post constantly about the SPY. I'm just curious. Hmm. CMBT. Well, you know what? I mean, if it takes, I think I have some price alerts set. All right, guys. Wow, it already did it. QUCY took out the three, and on some volume. Okay, look at the volume that came in. Okay, QUCY. Look at the volume that did come in. And it did get halted. It did not get halted. I thought maybe it was going to get halted. Boy, the CMBT is it just is getting stuck right at the high of the day. Guys, we might be having a problem with our charts, okay? Anybody else? It's a bit of a lag here, I noticed. Let me do an account reset though, okay? Do it a few times. Because I'm looking at CMBT right now. It is at 1712, okay, and it says 17. Oh, yeah. There's a bit of a. I'm gonna have to let the guys know. So I've got one. I have one interactive brokers chart, okay, up and running. So I'm just keeping an eye on this. I mean, it's not. It's close. Well, for the CMBT, which is not. But I just want to make sure that on a very active stock, it might be a little bit more different. That's all. Well, guys, I'm still kind of liking the CMBT. Okay, I mean, it's now. still hanging over the 17 mark, only because it had earnings yesterday, and it could be one of those second day continuation off earnings. Okay. That's why I'm somewhat fixated on it. Boy, IMVT guys, IMVT is now hanging over that whole number of 34. IMVT. Let me take a look at what it looks like on our charts. So yeah, so I think we're okay again. I think we're okay again. Okay, I'm looking at well, I don't know, slight lag. No, I think we might be okay. Just trade what you see, FinFan. Okay, as you said earlier, trade what you see. I mean, I know you have a comment about the SPY every 2 seconds, but it is what it is, man. Like, yeah, my guess is I've missed the boat on TVA, right? Right, William. Where is that MTVA? Did it win a race? It did not win a race. Okay, but I know it triggered for me, but I got hung up in watching the. Well, okay. I mean, it got up to 235. That's a nice move. It's pulled back right back down. Okay, I saw that AKAN was halted and now it's resumed. AKAN, big pop here. Wow, that's a big pop from the halt. Halted at 1636, and it got up to 18. Is this a news halt? It's almost like a news halt because that's a massive pop. Okay, another shot at the CMBT guys. I kind of like the way it's holding over that 17 again, the 1715 mark, 1715 mark. So I'll try. I'm trying the CMBT another time again. All right, guys, let me go over this race right here. Okay, that's the one I wanted to make sure I don't lose sight of the QUCY. It's above yesterday's high. Okay, 306, barely above yesterday's high. Some volume came in. The next high looking left, 447. So there was certainly a ton of room. Okay, so let me go over this race right here, which is brought to you now, QCUY and the HCWB. These are two that I did not see in the pre-market. But before I go over that race, I want to get just direct you to the homepage where you can find all the information about racing. Again, don't use this promo code, guys. So if you're looking to take out a subscription, remember you can get 22% off first month only, or 22% off the premium annual, or 28% off the premium. I'm sorry, standard annual, 22% off the standard annual, and you can get 28% off the premium annual. Just waiting for the gentleman who looks after my homepage to update that. So I'm going to go over the races right now. So if you scroll down to the education section, and then at the top here, click on the user guide. And right here, we have a whole section on TI stock racing, okay? Okay, so all this is, everything I say right now is totally customizable, okay? The fact that I'm running a 4-minute race, you can run whatever time frame you want. A 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, a 2-minute race. I'm running a 4-minute race. Nothing magical about it. That's just what I chose, and I've stuck with it. So what does that 2% mean? That means that since the race started, a little over a minute and 15 seconds ago, this one has moved the most. Okay, now it's only, well, it's a $6 stock, so it's moved 2% since the race started. And now it may not hold its gain, of course. There's a Red Robin. Okay, it's moved 1.5% since the race started. Now, what happens is automatically created for you, and this is why I think the race is interesting for people who are starting out trading, or even those if you're veterans. It creates a watch list for you of stocks that you can watch all day long. It's created automatically. A top 10 list is created automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So at the very top here, MWC has won 11 races, and the HCWB has won 8 races, etc. In this race also, there is a difference between these two races just in the filters I'm using, but every race will create a top 10 list for you. So a couple things: you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on a symbol. If you see a race at the top or a stock at the top, click on it, see what's happening, and maybe setting up for you. The BLNE. I mean, look at this. I mean, there's a ton of room here. 177. Not saying it's getting there, okay, but at least when you look at this, you can see that there's no chart resistance in anytime soon. Okay. So I mean, this could be interesting for some of you. I'm not saying to take the trade right now or anything, but I mean, certainly there's a lot of room. See anything that's in the list here, click on it, see what's happening. The PIII, it's a very active stock. It's a little bit above yesterday's close now. It got up to 1323, but it did close down here at 10. So that's a big percentage pullback from the highs, but it's a very active stock. Some of you might look at that and go, okay, I'm going to figure out maybe if it gets over 11, maybe I take the trade, or maybe if it's pulling back into the VWAP, maybe it's pulling back into a moving average that you like. There's all sorts of different ways to look at trading, of course. There's not just one way. If a stock has won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. I was all about, I thought really Poet would hold 15 and might have a nice move off it. I was, wrong. It didn't, but maybe it's going to hold 14. Okay, so if a stock has won a race before, how about this one? I haven't seen this one all day. EXYN. What is it doing? Pretty choppy to me. But, it is it's relatively new, of course. I don't know if this was a SPAC or if it was truly an IPO. But yesterday's high, 541. So there's all sorts of different ways to look at this. Okay, just click on a symbol. If it's won a race before, see what's happening. Maybe it's pulling back into a moving average or the VWAP or something that you like. All right, phew, finally, CMBT making a little bit of a move now. So here's NVTS, a little more expensive stock. Okay, NVTS. Look at NVTS go, guys. I mean, the semi, of course, but maybe it's coming into resistance right here. 2176 is the next high. It's a little, it's far away from it right now, but as it gets closer and closer, some of you might look at this and go, okay, you know what? The next high on the daily chart might block it, might turn into a bit of a short for me. Okay, that's how you might be thinking. So, why are these stocks showing up? Why there's very different symbols in both of these. Now, sometimes, rarely will you get the same symbol in both of them. Here we do, and here we have one for DRTS. Okay, the same one in both of these. It's rare that it happens, but it does happen from time to time. Interesting. It's above the highs now. Over 11 could be a very interesting play, guys. DRTS holding over 11. The volume is not great. That's the problem I would have with it. Volume is not great. The relative volume is pretty good. I mean, 2.2 times normal, but the actual volume is not great. So why are these stocks showing up though? So if I right click, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on the body of the race, notice I have options to click on. One of them is open top list. So I open the top list, move it over here. Wow, big list today, guys. So again, all races start from a top list window. Watch what happens when I right click on this top list window. Launch the real-time stock race. So why are these stocks showing up in this list? I right click and click on configure and then summary. This is what I'm looking for. It doesn't have to be what you're looking for. Okay. Stock where the price is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, but traded up 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. That's what I'm looking for. You, of course, could look for something very different. You can adjust all this to your price range, add a filter if you have any trading experience. Maybe you want to add a filter into this, make some changes. It's up to you. But this is what I want to see. Now, the use of a top list, and it can still be used this way. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Okay, so as long as you have the column header, which I do, C% is the change from yesterday's close. So I can double left click rapidly, and that'll sort this column. So HCWB is up 171% from yesterday's close. Okay, pets 44%, etc., all the way down this list. So this is how a top list can still be used. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So if I want to see the stocks that are the biggest change from its opening trade of the day, that 0% is the change from the open. HCWB is still the leader in that also, 169% from its opening trade of the day. Okay, so that's how this can work. Now, how does the race work though? So you will probably see these stocks, the ones that are up the most, you'll probably see them all day long in this race. Why? Because, they're super active and, many eyeballs are on them around the world. Okay. But how the race works is this: the race doesn't really care where the stock is in the list of stocks. All it cares about is since the race started, what stock has moved the most percentage wise in this list of stocks. That's all it cares about. So, for instance, well, we were just talking about the DRTS. Okay. It's only up 3.3% from yesterday's close. But what if all of a sudden it really started to move? Okay. What if it's at $11 and four? What if all of a sudden it really started to move? It's up 4%, 5%, 8%, 10% moving up this list of stocks. How would you know that? You wouldn't. What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks and see, try to figure out which one is moving up this list? But that's what the race does for you, because the race doesn't care where it is in the list of stocks. All it cares about is what is moving the most percentage wise. Okay. Now, so that's the race. I mean, so hopefully, it makes sense that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters, the price range that you like, minimum volume that you want, filters that you want, and then launch the race on it. Okay. Stock that is opening at the previous day's low. Well, there is a way, but it requires a custom formula, Jason. If you've never done one, it's hard for me to explain it here. It does require a custom formula, because we do have the data point for yesterday's low, and of course we have the data point for today's open. But it does require a custom formula, which I don't have it. I don't have one. But if you know how to create one, I'll show you the data points. So how do you find the biggest gainers from the start of the race? Tracy Wayne Huff. Okay, well, just click on my homepage link. And if you do that, click on my homepage link, just put it in, scroll down until you see the custom scans right here, view scans. And these two races, okay, these are the two races, the large cap race and then the volatile race right here, okay? So here they are. Okay, well, then you've got them. Now, if you're just loading them now, you're not going to see everything you're not going to see the same list if you're just loading them now. I should always explain that, okay? If you load anything right now, these two races, even the halts resumes, you're not going to see what I've got here, because your race will start when you load the race, okay, which is right now at 10:39 Eastern time. Okay? So is that really your question, why you're not seeing these stocks? Oh, I see. You want to see where the race starts from, or what the race is based on. Is that what you mean? Like the list of stocks? Yeah, that's what. Okay, so here it is. So you have to right click on the race and open the top list window. Okay, open the top list window. So here is this what you're talking about? And then you click, and then you right click, and you can click on configure, and then the summary. And this is telling you exactly what the stock, what this race is looking for. Or not the race, but the top list is looking for stocks between $1 and $50, up at least 200,000 shares have traded, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. And that's why I'm saying this is all customizable, of course. I mean, if you don't like this price range, not just you, Tracy, but anybody listening to me, you don't like this price range or something else you want to add. Maybe you want it to be up 4% from yesterday's close. Maybe you want the minimum volume to be 500,000 shares. I mean, it's all customizable. So let me just show Jason in our YouTube room the data points. So Jason, we have the data points. So we have the previous day's high, low, open, and close. Actually, where's the close? Sorry. Okay, the official closing price for the low, sorry, previous day's low. Okay, so here we do. The previous day's low, okay, is right here, low underscore P. Now, to have something open right at it, it's going to be, I mean, it's not going to happen that often. But then the opening trade of the day, so the low underscore P is yesterday's low. And you want it to be equal to, for whatever reason you want. And there you go. Thank you, Pepe. So expected underscore open. That's the opening trade of the day, and low underscore P is the. I'll give you this. These are the. It's an advanced topic. Okay, it's definitely an advanced topic. But these are the data points that you can use to create other. And you can combine the data points to create another type of a filter, which is what you're looking for. I mean, to have it open right at it, you're going to find very few stocks like that, of course, but you might find some. And as Pepe is saying, the equal would be probably not. Is there news on HCWB? Probably not. Just one of those ones that is, low float. I don't see any news. At least I don't see any news. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? With my VWAP? Let's see if it's the same using pre-market. 129 and about the same. 126, 129. That's what I have as the VWAP for pets, PET. Wow, look at INVT. What a nice move from that. And look at the Kava, guys. I mentioned Kava holding 80, 83 now. So pretty close. I mean, 120. Oh, I see. 120. Well, see, depends if you're using pre-market. Oh, I see. 118. I have here 126. Okay, if I eyeball it, and that is using pre-market data, and 129, I guess if you're not. So yeah, I don't. That's a little bit of a difference. 118, I suppose. Ah, okay, massive. Well, let's see what. Let's see if we have the same thing. At 4 o'clock, you said. Okay, let me go back. That's 4:45. It's 4:15. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of volume right here. So even though, yeah, that's really crazy, isn't it? A lot of volume. Now, was that real? I mean, it seems to indicate that that the volume certainly is there. Yeah, 1.9 million shares. Yes, or more. Well, I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. Okay, but yeah, it looks like there was a big spike, but for whatever reason, maybe there wasn't a lot of volume up here, though. I mean, we don't know that, do we? Or does Fidelity actually show? I've got a high of that candle around 789. Okay, about the same. But how much volume was actually at that price? Well, I'd have to go to a 1 minute chart, which I don't want to. I mean, I'd have to keep scrolling back. I'm tempting fate here, guys. Some of you like my pour, so I'm right by the mic, which happens to be right over my keyboard. So if I suddenly lose it all, that's because of my the coffee is spilled all over my keyboard, but I have it, but it didn't happen. Well, look at the Cava guys. I wish I had taken that one too, but I did not. A nice break off 80. You know, look how well it was holding 80. Nope, my last day in the room, it'll be I'll be making some with some high grade pisco. You got to look it up, guys. High grade pisco. All the best. You can't get rid of. You're not getting rid of me quite yet, Dwayne. But there will be a day. All right, guys. Time is it now? 10:49. So I'm trying. I want to see if Dan is actually going to be okay. So yes, so Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will be starting a YouTube stream at noon Eastern time. You'll go to about 1 o'clock. So it's your time to ask him questions if you want. The CEO of Trade Ideas will be starting his own YouTube stream between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Don't have the link yet. We'll have the link. Pepe will give me the link. I'll be about 10 to 12 or so. All right. Well, For whatever reason, this one is moving. Okay, Bed Bath and Beyond, Triple BY. Um, it's probably there's no reason for it other than maybe this guy's got some cachet here. The CFO Brian LaRose. That's their news today as the new CFO. The halt on HCWB is halted on the way down. Yes, but man, I mean, what a great move. Seriously, I mean, a great move. And this really didn't do anything in the pre-market. I mean, what time is that? That's 9:30. I mean, this was a sub $1 stock. I did not see this one at all. It was the race that alerted me to it. So I did not see this one at all. There's the 9:30 bar, and it opened over a dollar, or at least it got over a dollar. And from there, I mean, from a dollar to $4, my goodness, and on a ton of volume. So while it is, made the giant pullback now, exactly, nobody should be complaining about that one. And you know what? I am not complaining about CMBT. It's not a rocket ship, like some of these other ones, but you know what? I'll take it. The second time I took the trade. So, William, you asked yesterday, do I ever take a trade, the same symbol twice? Not often, but I did do this one. First time, I got out flat. Didn't like the way it was trading. That's the beauty of either zero or such low commission charges. Couldn't do that in the old days. Well, you could, but you'd be paying a ton of money in commissions in and out. So now, I'm going to try to. Okay, so I have taken some off. Not really. I mean, the wave still looks good on the 5 minute. It hasn't, but I've taken some off. Okay, I just want to make sure I get. But I still have, a lot of my position is still left. But I'm going to follow this wave. Okay, HCW. Now this may not be over. Okay, I mean it may. There, in fact, look at this. Yes, it got halted at what? It got halted at 260, so it's still at the halt price. It's not like it's completely collapsed. All right, looking at Perry again, guys. This Perry is still hanging around the 9 level. It is it's an earnings play. Big drop on earnings, but it's approaching the VWAP. You never know. I mean, maybe it'll recover if it gets over the VWAP. So I'll put a price alert. The VWAP is actually around 905. I'll put a price alert around 909 and see if it can take the VWAP out. And you never know. Maybe it'll start recovering somewhat. Mm. So Ken, if you look for the TTM squeeze that John Carter created, you won't find it. However, I think Chris. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm just I'm sorry, I'm talking to somebody in our Slack thread. Just give me a moment, okay? Let me check this Market Explorer window. There might be something that's kind of close. The problem is that you don't have any, you have no control over it in terms of, just looking here to see if there's anything. I could have sworn that somebody created something that's very close to it. Well, here we go. Okay, so this is on the daily. Okay, the TTM squeeze on the daily. Okay, can you see what I'm pointing at, Ken? But you have no control over it. In other words, you cannot control the price range or anything about it. So I don't even know what it's going to look like. This is on the daily. Okay, so when I say you have no control over it, you cannot control the price range. Um, can't control the volume. Usually the volume is going to be okay though. So did you see what I did? Okay, did you see what I did, Ken? Just now, I just need an answer so I can either continue with the conversation. No, you cannot continue. I'm sorry, continue. You can't control anything about it. It's called the TTM squeeze daily. Okay, you cannot control anything else. You can't control the price range. You'll just have to look at a daily chart. Okay, unless one of the guys. I mean, we have Bollinger Bands, but we don't have Keltner as an example. Okay, so as a filter. So this is the best I can do for you. It's not a matter. I can't answer that. No one likes to squeeze. I can't answer that exactly, but don't get too many questions about it. I know. I mean, I've heard of it before, of course, but I don't get too many questions about it. Okay, guys, I want to just talk about this. This is a great race, guys. Okay, it is a great race, especially if you're starting out because it's not as volatile. Yes, this is you can get some amazing moves in this race. Look at the MTVA. Okay, up 7% since the start of the race. Okay, you can get some amazing moves. But just as we witnessed with the HCWB, you get some amazing moves on the way down too. Okay, so. This race is less volatile. It's that simple. Why is it less volatile? Now, because the market's up, the SPY is up 5.6 points. this list might be a bit bigger than we're normally used to. So I'm going to right click. Yeah. So many times when I right click on this race, you're only going to get maybe 4 or 5 stocks sometimes, that meet the filter requirements. But on a day that the market's up quite a bit, this is why this list is fairly big. Still smaller than this list. But the usual reason why this list is not that big is because I've got some filters in here that are somewhat tough to meet. So if I right click on this, remember now, all races start from a top list window. So this is what I'm looking for in this particular top list window. Stocks between $10 and $70, 200,000 shares, 2% from yesterday's close. So that's basically the same as this. This is the big difference though. The position in the daily range, okay, is not at 95. So if I put if I had 100 in there, that would mean that the stock is basically at the high of the day. That's what that. So the daily candle, okay, daily bar, daily candle. So at 95, that means the stock is near the high of the day. Also, the float has to be at least 50 million, and also the market cap has to be at least half a billion. These three filters are not here. That's typically why there's just not as many stocks, in this one. But on a day like today, when the market is, whipping higher, you're going to see a lot more large cap stocks near the high of the day right now. Now, this is not a static list. Stocks will come in and out of this list all day long as stocks meet the filter requirements and then stop meeting the filter requirements. Okay. And it's the same thing. You can sort on the change from the close. So CLSK is up 10% from yesterday's close, etc. Change from the opening trade of the day. ERAS is up 9% from its opening trade of the day. So it's the same idea, but the stocks are just not as volatile. But I'll take a CMBT every day. You give me a CMT every day, CBMT every day, a couple of those, they're more relaxing type trades. Well, we don't have a scan for that. I mean, I'm just looking at volume bars, of course. I don't know if we have an actual, you're talking about, well, like incoming and outgoing liquidity. I mean, I'm just, looking at the volume bars. Of course, you can tell how rapidly a stock is trading. Oh, I see. Yeah, we don't have a scan. I mean, obviously the colors are telling me if it's in, if it's the blue, it means it's positive volume, and the orange means it's like negative, if that's what you mean. But we don't have a scan for it, if that's what you're talking about. Boy, this was a big miss for me yesterday, this RXO. I mean, I remember seeing this one yesterday, and it when it broke over 20, and I looked left and I thought, doesn't have enough room. Kept moving, moving, moving. What a great second day continuation, RXO. It's coming into now. This is coming into the high of 2 weeks ago. And that high of 2 weeks ago is 23.37. So maybe that will block it. Okay. Maybe that will block it. Maybe it'll turn into a short opportunity. You can see the daily chart, same thing. Maybe. And I think, yeah, so William said, so this is in the transportation sector. I guess it provides software, asset light transportation solutions. I'm going to assume that's some kind of software. So I answered your question. We don't have a scan for that. Okay, viewing the incoming outgoing liquidity. I mean, I just look at the bars, the color of the bars. It tells me if it's positive volume versus negative volume. If that's what you're talking about, but we don't have a scan for exactly what you're talking about. Meanwhile, I completely lost sight of what our AI was doing, guys. And boy, Red Robin. I mean, I saw this one a little earlier. I think in one of these races, perhaps. I know I saw it. It's an earnings play and tremendous alert. Look at that, 410, and it's 474 right now. So that's like a 15 points right now as we speak. It's up 15% from the original alert. Missed it completely. And there's the 200-day moving average. So, this is shortable for me. So if this 200-day moving average acts as more of a block right now, I mean, it's right there at it. I may have to take a look at shorting this one. The next high in a monthly chart is around, it's not that far away from the monthly high. Maybe if it gets even a little bit closer to 5. So Jason, you obviously didn't hear what we were talking about earlier. There is a way, but you have to know how to create a custom formula. Okay. We put the if you it's an advanced topic. But you have to know how to create a custom formula. If you scroll up a little bit, okay, just scroll up a little bit, and Pepe put the formulas in here. Expected underscore open is the opening trade of the day, and low underscore P is the close of yesterday or the low of yesterday. Okay, but you have to know how to create a custom formula, and there's the link for it. I don't know why this happens, but so you can do it, but you have to know how to create a custom formula. I don't have it ready for you, so it takes a little bit to put it together. So I don't have it ready for you. But if you've ever created one before, then it's I've those are the two data points to use. But we answered that earlier. You're probably going to find very, very few stocks opening right at the close of yesterday, but you might want to, if you understand how to create the formula, you might want to more create a top list window to show you stocks that are near that opening near the close of the low of yesterday. Okay, guys, I am told that the link, oops, not that one. Yes. Okay, guys. So the promo codes are now here. Okay. So 28% off our premium annual or 22% off all the other plans. Okay. Other plans, meaning, okay, there's the Perry guys. I'm getting interested in maybe this Perry. So 22% off the monthly standard or premium or the annual standard. 28% off a premium annual. So if you have any questions about these codes, just let me know. All right, guys. So I'm definitely interested in this one. So the Perry is trying to come back here. You can see how we've had a little transition to blue here. Okay. And it's over the VWAP, which is around 904. Okay. So I want it, but I'd like to see it clear that VWAP by a little bit more and see if we're on the bit of the road to little road to recovery for this one. This is an earnings play. Yeah, maybe you can try the asking that question, Jason. But it can be created, yes. So with those two data points, expected underscore open and low underscore P is those are the two formulas to use. Okay, it's not clearing that VWAP yet to my satisfaction. I'm talking about the PERI. All right, let me take a look at the sectors. Okay, I like to do this every day. So if I click on new from the toolbar and then click on the dock channel bar and then click on the show more, at the bottom here, the sector status. So semis are still the top sector. They were the top sector in the pre-market, and they're still the top sector. So what you're seeing here, this is a top list with some of the major sectors are in here. SMH is leading the way here, up 3.1%. A lot of people, of course, NVDA has earnings after hours today. Silver is here. My guess is that energy is at the bottom here. Yeah, XLE at the bottom. Okay, not a tremendous move down, but so at a glance, you can tell what the strong sectors are, and what the weak sectors are right at a glance. Okay. Now, of these, we have 12 of the major sectors that are in these little top list windows. And here's how you can see what the top one is and what the weakest one is, okay, in each individual sector. So for instance, let's take a look at this one. I want to see something that has, okay, so here's energy. So yes, 89% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close, but there are a few that are up. So here's BKR. It's decent move, 2.4%. I'm wondering if it's an earnings play. It is not an earnings play, but this is running counter to the sector. What's the worst one though? Here's EQT, not down a huge amount, but that's the interesting thing I find. Okay, here's Wayfair in retail. Most of the stocks that make up the retail sector are up. Wayfair, I don't think it's an earnings play. Not an earnings play, but Wayfair, that's a big move. Probably some other, so Wayfair price target maintained with $100 a share at Guggenheim, as an example. That's probably the reason why. But what's the worst one? 18% of them are down. And there's Burlington. I mean, these are TJ Maxx. These are big percentage moves in retail. But what's the worst one? So, well, there's Target. Okay, Target had earnings today. This is absolutely the worst one. I mean, that's a big move down for Target, 4.4%. So you can see how you can use this. You can say, okay, what's the best one and what's the worst one in each one of these? Maybe pick 3 or 4 of the sectors and just look at those 8 stocks. That might be all you do using trade ideas. I'm not saying that's what you should do, but it's an idea. That's why we're called trade ideas. It's an idea. Okay. And as always, you can pop anything that you see in one of these theme-based channels. You can pop out, so you don't have to stay in the channel all day long. So what do I mean by popping it out? So if I wanted this, which I've done, I have popped this one out before, so I can keep an eye on the major sectors. So if you wanted to do it, you right click and see where it says duplicate into free floating window. Duplicate into free floating window. If you click on that, then that's going to create a free floating window like this. So it's outside, so you don't have to stay in the channel all day long. And that, again, with anything you see here, you know what? I think this is a new channel. Buy the lows. I think this is a new channel. Buy the lows. The super low hunter. I think this is a Dan. Not too many stocks in here. Let's take a look at what it looks like. BMRN. So buy the lows. So does it mean just because you get an alert? Now super low 100 above the open. Okay. Now this is an alert window. So you get and the trigger looks like, what's the trigger in this one? Yeah, there's a ton of triggers. I mean, that can get really, but you notice there's not too many coming in. So so if you wanted either of these two, you right click, duplicate into free floating window. So you don't have to stay in the channel. But this is a new one. I think this is new. I haven't seen that one before. Because I sort of remember last week, I think Dan was talking about this one. That's what he was using for the money machine. I think something like that. So anyway, so there you go. So the reason why you want to be able to pop it out, because when you're look at this Perry, it almost triggered. Well, it did trigger, but not. But the volume is not great. Because when you're in a channel, okay, when you're in the channel, you can make changes, but the minute you leave the chip, for instance, if you want to make a change to the price range, volume, things like that, you can make changes when you're in the channel. But the minute you leave the channel, and if you came back in, those changes are not saved. And they're not saved because, think of it this way, the channels are for everybody. The fact you may want to make a change to a price range or something else, that is not necessarily what everybody else wants. So that's why you want to pop it out, so you can then make all the adjustments you want. Milagro here, guys. Micro algo, and this is a low float stock. Another one that's beaten up complete. This stock never hit 1,000 or okay. This is refer. This is reverse split adjusted. Did RKDA have bad news today? I don't know. So I don't see any news on it at all. I mean, I see they had earnings on the 14th, and the reaction wasn't great right here. So I have no idea why it's popping up. I don't see any news on it. I'm just looking at my headline news from Interactive Brokers. I see nothing for today. Okay. I'm sure there must be something though for it to be up 37%, but I don't see anything on it. Okay, here's another one, guys. DXF, a very active stock. A few days ago, got up to $2. So it's doing its thing again to try to get over $1, maybe stay there. The high of 2 days ago was 123, and then 150. So yeah, I mean, 123 may block it. Haven't talked too much about the DXYZ. Still have some guys, again, this is my wild card in case whenever that IPO for SpaceX shows up, supposedly at the end of next month, right? Last week of June, supposedly. And this company's got a little piece of it, but a little piece of a $1 trillion IPO. We'll have to see what happens. I've obviously traded some of it out. I'm in sort of an average of about 30 right now. And that's, of course, from a few weeks ago. Had that magical run all the way up to 71, 72. Really? Could come out this week, as soon as this week. Really? Well, that'll be interesting. You know what I'm going to do then? I am going to ask my friend Gemini to see if there's anything. I'm just going to mute myself.
SpaceX has accelerated its IPO timeline, shifting from the original late June target to a new target debut of June 12th, 2026. The reason people are talking about this week is not because the stock will start trading immediately, but because of a massive administrative milestone happening right now. The current SpaceX IPO timeline, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, reportedly completed its review of the paperwork much faster than anticipated. Because of this, the timeline has moved up. May 20th, 2026, today. The official IPO prospectus, S1 filing, is highly anticipated to drop today. This is why everyone is buzzing about this week. This will be the market's first look at the official, verified financials of the combined SpaceX, Starlink, and XAI entities. June 4th, 2026. The official investor roadshow is scheduled to kick off. June 11th, 2026. The final offer price is expected to be set.
Well, there you have it, sports fans. So that's the reason. That is the reason. Okay. So I love Gemini. I know there are other ones out there, okay, but Pepe told me that it was the best one a long time ago, and I'm sticking with it. About equal. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:27. So I'm taking a break in about 30 minutes. Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, it's been verified that he will be starting a YouTube streams around noon Eastern. He'll go to 1 o'clock. So it's your opportunity. And those of you in YouTube, he's not taking over my stream. Okay. So it will be, I'll put the link in YouTube also. So it's your opportunity to ask the CEO questions. Okay. I think they're different. I think Claude is you, or I can't call it Claude. I'm sorry. I have to call it Claude. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. That's what it should be called. Claude. It's French. Anyway, I think they're sort of different applications to a certain extent, but I don't know enough about it. Pepe can probably shed more light. All right, guys. LPG is deep sea freight transportation. Okay, guys. There's the Wayfair. Remember, Wayfair is the top stock. I mean, that's a big move for no. Well, again, it's because of the Guggenheim upgrade, I suppose. Maintaining $100 a share. I guess that's the reason. Yeah, for coding, that's what I've heard. I mean, but for my use, I'm sure that Gemini is going to be fine for me going forward. I mean, they're all going to be about the same, but I'm tied in. Okay, guys. So I'm starting to lighten the load a little bit on the CMBT. Okay, I was hoping it would get by now into the 40s. Okay, but I'm starting to lighten the load more on the CBMT. I'm sorry, the CMBT. I was hoping by now it would. I mean, I'm still have some because it's not actually what I should do is go to my 2 minute chart and see if it's turned orange. Yeah, a little bit of orange there. Okay, a little bit of orange right there. So I didn't need to see that for me to start lightening the load, but I mean, this is sort of confirming now. But just got into 1740. I was hoping it would get into a lot more. I mean, this whole thing about which chat GPT is better or not. I mean, eventually, yeah, there might be some advantages and but I mean, it reminds me of TVs, 4K, and now they try to come up with 8K. 8K I think it's dead. I mean, there are some TVs but the problem is that first of all, there's nothing other than specialized documentaries or things like that developed for 8K. But the other thing is, how much more can the eye discern between 4K, 8K, 16K? Sure, you can always make it better, but eventually you get to a point where the eye cannot discern unless you're side by side, and even then. So I think, you find out one week, oh, Claude's better this week, and next week, Gemini's better the next week, and then some other stock or some other chat is better this week. I mean, eventually I'm just going to, I'm sticking with Gemini. This is not quite the same vein, but remember when 3D was a big rage for TVs, but you had to wear the glasses, and the 3D sets were the big rage. Not that long ago. Anyway, OP OPTI, okay, OPTI. Let's take a look at OPTI. This is not open yet. Okay, 625. Let me go to my calendar, my IPO calendar. OPTH. Actually, it is OPTH. You were right. Well, unless there's another one, but it says OPTH right there, William. You were right the first time, I think. And what is this, out of China? Not an IPO. This is not an IPO. Okay. As an uplisting, okay, but still, it can be very exciting. It's out of Canada. Where are they out of? What city? Can I see the city? Princeton, BC. Oh my goodness. Little town in sort of the interior. Well, good luck, guys. But what I'll do is I'll just put a price alert here. Put a price alert at $1. Obviously, it hasn't started to trade yet. But it's going to do one of these. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, why did that happen? Why is it triggering? It's got some craziness going on in the price alerts. Oh, I completely agree. Unusual. I think we're in the infancy. You're right. People using it as a glorified, but I mean, the way I asked that question about SpaceX, I mean, that to me is a great use of it as an example. Very detailed, and but you're entirely right. They're using it as a glorified search. Now, some might say that was just a glorified search, but I think that is a very detailed answer. Is DXF still, well, let's see. I haven't looked at it for a bit. Well, I think the problem I had with it is that the next high looking left is 123, dear Dacus, okay, or dear Dacus, 20, however I want to pronounce it. But you see, there's the next high looking left. So for me, it wouldn't be worth taking it now. The next high after that is 150, perhaps. If it takes out that 120, it's a low float. Not a lot of volume though. Okay, only 364,000 shares. So it's not like there's a huge amount of volume. Not like this day here when there was 96 million shares traded on that big day. So you can see that maybe it's going to get going again, but maybe not today. It's because of the lack of volume. Man, missing the boat on this one, guys. Great re-entry for the IMVT from our AI. So IMVT, there was an alert on it at 32.79. Let's see if I can see the buy flag right there. Okay. Obviously, within this candle, it must have got stopped out within this candle. Okay. So the alert was at 32.79, but it got stopped out at 31.81. However, so if you took it the first time and obeyed your stop, yeah, you would have lost a little money. But if you didn't take it the first time, you had an opportunity to take it at 32.30, because 32.30 is halfway between the original alert price and the stop price, 32.30. You could have taken it right here, and what a nice move before it pulled back at all. From 32.30 to 35.60, a $3 move. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, let me know and I'll show you. Okay? If you have the AI, you absolutely should be following the re-entry price. There's only one today. Thoughts on ABTC? All right. Well, another one that's just over $1. But okay, the way I look at it, there's all sorts of blockage on the daily chart, though, potentially. Looking left, the next high is $1.14, the next high is $1.20. All this area right here, you would really have to clear all this. The relative volume today is only 0.76, so nothing, nothing magical about that. Now, does that mean it's not going to move today? No, it could, but I can't see any. I mean, it's a crypto play, and it's in that sector. And crypto is, yeah. I mean, crypto's having a little bit of a bit of a bump today, but you see what I'm looking at, right? Look at the weekly chart, the same thing. I mean, there just looks to me like there's too much resistance. Oh, I see. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's how I look at it, though. It would really have to clear all this for it to really get going. Okay, guys, that Perry is still hanging around the 9 mark, but I'm not that interested in anymore. It looks like it's just sort of a laggard. Well, I don't mind if a stock pulls back, but I'm not going to take it if I see there's resistance, what I consider resistance on the daily chart. I understand. I know what I know what you're talking about. He likes the pullback on the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Well, okay, and also, okay, that 130, but I mean, he loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart pulling into it. That's more of an intraday trade, though. But I just look left, and I mean, if I don't like what I see, I'm not going to take the trade. But you're right, there are different trading styles. That's why I always encourage people to go when on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. We've got Steve, Andy, and Chris. One of them doubles up on one of those days. Different trading styles. Then they have Dan. I mean, Dan, of course, is looking at the money machine. Well, I'm not a big pullback player, unusual. It's just that simple. I'm not that big of a pullback player. Not because I don't want to, but I just find most of my scans are giving me stocks near the high or the low of the day. I mean, do I see pullbacks? Of course. Here's a pullback to the maybe to the well, not maybe. Per is pulling back into the VWAP. I just really haven't found it. I think it depends on the time of day too. Maybe earlier on, pull back into the VWAP when there's still some excitement about the stock. But it's a pretty big pullback. But you never know. I mean, look at that. I mean, this could be pulling back right into the VWAP and PURR, and maybe it bounces off. So it's not so much do I find more. It's just that I really don't even concentrate too much on the pullbacks. Every now and then I will take one, but I don't really have a scan designed for it. It's more about seeing it when I click on especially from these, because these are not really pulling back, are they? They're not pulling back because they're near the high of the day. Strong stock near the high of the day. I just find it more in style with my style of trading. All right, guys. Well, I have about 15 minutes left, okay, before I take off for about an hour. Dan will start a YouTube stream in about probably about usually starts at about 5 to the hour. At least you can go there about 5. He's not on the mic until probably around noon, but don't have the YouTube link yet. Home builders are having a pretty good day too, guys. Just looking at we're at SMH and home builders also, XHB having a good day. I mean, most sectors are having a good day, of course, because the SPY's up. But so the only one that's down really is energy or the energy plays, XLE. But home builders kind of came out of nowhere because this was not near the top. No, if you're talking about now, you can ask me questions, Kyle. Okay. Now is that a little early though, Pepe? Let's see. You can't if you're talking about the Q&A session with the CEO of Trade Ideas. No, but it looks yeah. I'm going to hold off on the link just in case it does change because I remember a couple of weeks ago I think you gave us one that was and it did change, but I don't know why it changes. But Kyle, I put the YouTube link in. Right now, it might be this link. You can see right above where you asked that question, Pepe posted a link there. So it might be that link, but right now he's not there. Okay, right now that's what you're going to see if you click on that link, and that might be the right link, but we'll just have to wait. Okay, I can help you with that, Kyle, for sure. Okay. So if you write, I'm going to open this top list. Okay, this is just a top list that I'm using for for this race. So this is there's one of two things that are happening, Kyle. If you right click in your top list window, okay, make sure. So I'm going to right click and click on the time frame. Live during market hours. I'm sorry, live always. Excuse me, live always. Is that checked? So if you take your top list window that you want to have working in the pre-market, right click on it, okay, and click on the time frame or hover over time frame, another box pops up and you see where it says live during market hours. If that is not checked, check it. Then it's going to work for you in the pre-market. That's number one. So can you do that for me before I continue? Okay, so take your top list window, right click on it, go down to that where it says time frame, a box is going to pop up, and then live during market hours. So was that checked or unchecked? Was it unchecked? Okay, check it, and now it's going to work for you. Now, the only other thing, if you right click on your top list window and now click on configure, okay, and then click on your summary, make sure that this filter here called the relative volume filter, it can have one in it, but if it has any number in it, you're going to be blocked from getting any data. So just check number one. If you have the relative volume, you may not be using it. I don't know, of course, But if you can have one in there, but if you have any other number, then it's going to block data from coming in. So if I use this in the pre-market, I would not get anything, okay? Because it says 1.1. But if you're, okay, so first of all, when you right click on your top list window and click on configure, and then click on that summary, you see that little icon here? Are you using it? Okay, you can put one in or leave it blank, okay? You can leave it blank, just zero it out. Because if you use that also, no volume, you will not get any data in the pre-market. Now, then when the market opens, you can add it back. You can add whatever number you want to use. Okay. A little confusing, I know, but now the other thing is you are new. So have you done this? These are questions that Dan is not going to, if you make it blank, it'll work. Yes. Don't put zero in. Just blank it out. Like blank it out. Like just delete. So there's no number in it at all. But have you done this? Okay. If you click on my homepage link, and you see, I'm going to scroll down until I see the education section. Click on the more info. And have you done this though? The getting started with trade ideas. You probably don't have to do the first one. It sounds like you're probably logged in. But have you done this? These are 12. Well, it'll be 11 short videos. If you haven't done this, please do it. It'll probably help you a lot. Just covering all the key elements of the program. If you've done it already, great. But if you haven't, please do this. The videos are short. Probably save yourself a little bit of hair pulling. Okay, so that is from my homepage. Okay, great. All right, guys. So I'll be taking my break very soon. So what do we think? That is going to be the link. Well, we're getting close to 11:55. That's normally when he actually starts. So I'm going to put this link in. I'm going to hope that this is going to be the link. So for YouTubers, okay, so the above link that I put in YouTube, that's the above link is for the live stream for the CEO of Trade Ideas, okay? He hasn't started yet, but it looks like this is going to be the link. So I'll just repost it. This is what we had before. And he's not there yet, but it looks like this is what I'm seeing. So hopefully he doesn't change it. And I'll put my announcement up. I'll just wait for him to start, okay? Or get that stream going, and then I'll take my break. On a break. Yeah, so Kyle, I'm on the mic for between around 9 o'clock, between 9 and 9:15 a.m. Eastern time. The room you're in, though, is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Okay, I don't open it. Obi does. I live in Vancouver, so a little too early for me. And then I I'll take my break. I'll come back at 1. And then I go to, well, at least to 2 o'clock, okay? But maybe later if there are questions. And that's Monday to Friday. Not next Monday. That's a holiday for you. Well, holiday for me too. Or market is not open next Monday. So I get to take that break also. Well, okay. I mean, it's holding the VWAP. That's a good thing, right? Unusual. It's holding the VWAP. It's coming into the VWAP. Volume is pretty good. I mean, 31 million of float. It's not a low float. Does it have any? It's a well, it's a semi. Semi is obviously the SMH top sector. Still, okay. SMH top sector. Though a stock like so, it's in the right sector. Okay, number one, trying to hold the VWAP. Um, High today was 540. So, I mean, maybe, the five, I mean, it's pretty close. I mean, the VWAP is around 513, 510. I probably want to see a little change. I mean, the orange is the trend is still, weakening a little bit, maybe a little curl, maybe to the 522 mark or so, and put your stop underneath the VWAP. It's a possibility. But, looking left doesn't have a ton of room. Well, it does. I mean, 560 would be plenty of room on a percentage basis. Okay. Okay, guys, I hear Dan. So that is the right link, guys. So I'm going to take off now. And Dan is saying he's got some awesome things to show you. Okay. So I'm going to take my break now, guys. So I'm muting myself in both rooms, both rooms. Okay. So for the YouTubers, I did put the link. So that other link to get into another YouTube stream, that is for the CEO of Trade Ideas, Dan Merkin. He's live and talking right now. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't know if Dan is done yet, but I am back. So, anybody attending Dan's hour-long session? Any nuggets? Did he expand a little bit, maybe on the buy flags, sell flags, the opportunity to create your own scans, getting a real-time alert for the buy and sell flags? Did that come up at all? Out of curiosity. All right, guys. Now Perry is still hanging around that 9 level. I still have my maybe a late dayer. It's not a low floater or anything like that. Well, actually, it is a low floater, 29 million in the float, but it's just been hanging around that 9 level. I keep thinking either it's going to collapse or move higher, but really hasn't done much. Ha! Buy the lows. Okay. So we talked about that channel, a new channel. Well, let's see. Now he's talking more for swings, though, right? Not intraday, right? The only thing I mean, he's got so many alerts in here. I don't understand this. He has 3 scans. It's so many alerts in here. All right, the super low hunter. Let's take this as a top list window. Okay, so HC. But what is he talking about? Is he talking about taking these intraday and or is he talking about, for longer term trades? Both. Well, so I suppose if you take it intraday and it finishes well, you could hold it. But boy, that's judgment. But okay, and it will be definitely some judgment. But like everything, there's always going to be judgment. Go Perry guys, PERI, talking about taking the lows. And how do you know which ones to take? Okay, in this top list window, I mean, it's only one right now, but I mean, there are obviously, and on a day like today where the market is actually, popping, you would think there'd be more bottom fishing plays, but anyway, interesting. Okay, EXYN, yeah. So the next high looking left, this is 698, and that is looks like an IPO from 3 days ago. IPO or you know what? Instead of guessing, let's just take a look at my IPO calendar and see what I see. And a guess to see whether or not that was truly an IPO or not. Okay, so it's not showing up there. How about in the calendar itself? So this looks like it could have been a SPAC that turned into it. Maybe. I don't see it here. I don't see it in my long list of stocks. I do not see it. Don't know if it's an IPO though, like a traditional IPO. I mean, I know it started trading here, yes, as EXYN. It's possible though that what happened is this was just say they just changed symbols. Okay. So it was another company trading under, well, it's the same company with a different symbol, and now they're, for whatever reason, they went to this symbol. Let me see if I can see that. Well, it does say an IPO, initial public offering. It's interesting that it's not on my calendar unless I flat out missed it. So here are the May 15th. So the only one I see is Vita. So unless it's some kind of a strange IPO, maybe direct to market or something, I don't know. I don't know, but it's not listed in this my IPO calendar. Not that it matters. Wonder why it wasn't in the calendar. Then yeah, I see that. Thank you, Obi. I wonder why it was not in the calendar. Okay. How about wow? Are you kidding me? Lucid is down here. Not the car company. Okay, so this is LUCD, not the car company. Okay, out of curiosity, this is what Dan is using now, the super low 100. This is the top list window. Let's take a look at what it's looking for. So the current volume, so nothing special about that. Volume at least 500,000. So in the daily, below the low of this range, well, let's take a look at it right here. So the EPS is just to keep out ETFs, etc. Now, I don't know this filter. Time to 5-day median low. Is this a new this is some kind of a new filter? Never seen this one before. Time to 5-day medium low. You know what? These are brand new. These are brand new. The reason I say that is because yesterday, or not that long ago, I don't know if it was yesterday, but certainly I have looked at the time of day. Yeah, so these are all new. Man, talk about these are the first new filters we've had in years. So what does this mean? Is there I bet you the help isn't even here yet. Yeah, so the help is not even here yet. Okay, let me ah, all right, give me a moment, guys. I just have to get my little drawing tool back in sync. Oh, man, just give me a moment. Okay. Okay, so let me take a look at what he's done here. Okay, so he is saying stocks where the value is between, so the time to 5-day median low minus 10 and 10. So this is obviously the kind of the key one. I mean, the volume today is no big deal. The relative volume is no big deal. This earnings per share is no big deal. So he's putting a lot on this filter. So let's take a look at it. OXSQ. I'm sorry, was it 5 minute or 10 minute? These are brand new. I don't even know if the guys know this. So it's L5, so 5 minutes. Okay. So a 5 minute chart. Let me look one more time. In fact, this, okay, time to 5-day low in minutes. So what time of day the low or high occurred and calculates the median of the last 5 days. Okay, so let's take a look at OXSQ just out of curiosity. Okay, guys, well, here's HCWB. This could get running again here, guys. Get some volume coming in. It's taking out the VWAP right now. But I want to try to analyze what this actually means here. OX, okay, so time of day, so the low of the day, what time of day the low or high occurred, okay. So the low of the day, I wonder if it goes into the pre-market. So that's 9:30. I wonder if it's just looking also probably only at market hours, right? So the low of the day happened right here, not on a 5 minute. But that's a, well, I'll tell you what, on a 5 minute chart, okay, the low of the day right there is a 105. Okay, so that's the low of the day, 105, and the time was 12:10. Okay. High of the day would have had to be right at 9:30 and at 1:31. Okay, so now what? Okay, now that we've got those two, and what is this minus 6.4 minutes? So that, does that mean that it's coming, like it's below it? So the 5-day median, you're talking about, calculates a median of the last 5 days. So it is, yeah, it sounds like Stephanie's got her work cut out. Yeah, there's no help yet on this. Happens, yeah, 6 minutes ago. Okay. So that's what that means. Okay, happened 7 minutes ago and counting. Okay, now how to use it. Okay, great. We've got that information. Now how to use it. Wow, it's Perry, guys. I'm not in it, unfortunately. I was monkeying around with this other thing, but Perry looks like it's finally going to break out a bit. It broke over the VWAP. That's what I was waiting for to see if it would happen. Well, getting back to more traditional stuff, the MLYS. I've seen this one before many times. Well, not many times, but a few times, and the spread is always a bit of a challenge. So yeah, 93.09, almost a 20-cent spread. Well, yeah, almost a 20-cent spread. In fact, I sort of remember this one. It might have been on this day here that the spread was terrible, and yet it ran and ran and ran. In this particular case, the spread did not matter. Oh, I see. Okay, so now that filter had -10 and +10. So obviously it happened more than 10 minutes ago now. Okay, because now that OXSG has disappeared. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, how's it going to help me to trade? That's what I want to know. Did he go over, like, did he say, okay, great, we've got these new filters. How is it going to help you to trade? Well, that's obviously the key thing. How is it going to help you to trade? Why is it so good? I mean, guys, these filters I can't remember the last time we had a new filter. It's got to be years ago. Oh dear, I did miss your ADI trade. Would I have taken it? What's the price? 390. Was there an ETF? Wow, big bounce, 383. Yes, $7. Nicely done. Was there an ETF on it? Well, if you want me to trade it, you better look. But great, yeah, great. How's NVIDIA doing ahead of its big earnings release after hours? Bets are being placed, okay? Up 2%, nothing major, but bets are being placed ahead of time right now. So unusual. It sounds like you were listening to Dan. So did Dan give you any idea about, okay, great, you get an alert. What are you supposed to do with it? Or even something from the top list. What are you supposed to do with it? I mean, I know you're supposed to trade it, but but why and how? Well, I don't feel too badly because I missed it, but I wasn't around. So the ADI, I see you probably took it down in this area, the 383 level. Excuse me. He said if it's close to the low on the median or low of the high, then just trade. Well, let me look at the actual alerts that we get. I want to see that just out of curiosity. Dock channel bar, buy high, buy the lows. So let's see the alerts now. The last alert was at 111, so about 10 minutes ago. HCWB. So these are real time alerts. So the theory would be that he would just take this trade. I mean, at 111, price was 233. You know what? I'm going to get rid of the top list. I'm gonna just watch this one for a bit because these are the real time alerts. So let's see what it's looking at. Well, let's just see. How would this have worked? Okay, so this is the last alert that we have in this at 111. So not that long ago, but 15 minutes ago. So these would be shorting the tops. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Interesting. Thank you, unusual. One, okay, so this is, hmm. So he's talking about, so, okay, so this is to short this one, DSGN, okay. Well, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, look at the, well, it's getting into the VWAP. I'm not sure I would do that, but anyway, I'll just look at them. I try to figure out what sort of pattern it really is. I'm always interested in looking at new things if I can make sense of them. I can't make sense of it right now. Well, when you do that, you can report back tomorrow, okay? Unusual. Maybe if you do that, you can report back tomorrow. Because now just one just showed up here, the BDYN as a potential short. Now, well, this is actually an ETF, okay? ETF. This is for now it's interesting that it showed up. Does he not have the so he doesn't have the ETF filter in here. Oh wow, the earning the EPS filter, he doesn't have it in here, as in the other one. Otherwise, I don't think this one would not have shown up. Okay, let's take a look at this one. Schwab, another ETF. Unless he doesn't care. Anyway, yeah, you figure out how we're supposed to use it, and you report back tomorrow. Okay, so a new 10-minute high. Okay, so there's a new 10-minute high. I can see that. Okay, but why is that important? Well, while I wait for more alerts to come in this one, I'm more interested probably in the bottom fishing ones, just out of curiosity. But I'll go over my homepage one last time today. All right, guys. So here are the new promo codes for the next little while. Okay, so you can get 28% off, 28% off if you're willing to take out a premium annual subscription. 28% off a premium annual. Otherwise, you can get 22% off a premium monthly, a monthly standard, or a yearly standard. So basically, we have four plans, two monthlies, and both the two monthlies, annual and sorry, two monthlies, two annuals for the standard and the premium services. So you can get 28% off a premium annual. So again, all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating 2 trading rooms, YouTube and this one. So if you're sitting in YouTube, you can come in here. This room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking to interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room at 6:45 a.m. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. It is free. It is free. I get on the mic between 9 and 9:15 for both of the rooms, and usually go to at least 2 o'clock for both of the rooms. Though I have to shut YouTube down when I leave. But Obi, I don't know, Obi, did you mention when you're if and when you're going to or if you're going to keep this room open after I leave? If so, maybe put it in the my homepage link, and or homepage tab, and I'll look at it later. So this room could be open after I leave. YouTube, though, I have to shut down. And keep scrolling down off my homepage, and you can sign up for the trade of the week right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You'll get an email that says, here's the trade of the week. Here's a suggested entry, a suggested stop. They're designed for longer term trades. How you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. Education. If you have just taken out a subscription or you're thinking about it, check out the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. So this is mandatory if you just taken out a subscription. mandatory you do this, 12 short videos to get you started. Don't have the product, but wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. These monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel anytime. Back to Basics is for you, a free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you are looking for my scans, races, etc., you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, here they are. So here are the two races right here, the large cap gainers, and the more volatile race is over here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And then here are the halts and resumes all day long. Have other scans that I'm currently sharing, upside versus downside movers, momentum scan, a gap scanner, and also the Pepe combo. I don't have them up and running, but I do have this one, the up down 25 cents. I do have that up and running, though I haven't really had too much time to look at it today. So any questions about the scans or anything else about trade ideas, feel free to ask. If you have a question about your account, that's one thing I cannot answer, but I can direct you to the people who can. Well, I mean, this could be the interesting one, guys. The HCWB, it's got to get through the VWAP, in my opinion, and it's got to get through the VWAP on some volume. Maybe it has a late day run. It's a low float, 6 million, 150 million have traded. No news that we could see. It's just one of these stocks that the best video to understand Holly AI. There's no real video. I mean, but let me explain what it. First of all, do you have our premium service? Vandy, I'm talking to Vandy in our YouTube room. Have to make sure you have access to it, and then I can kind of go over how I think, I don't know if it's the best way to use it, but I think it's I use it like a watch list. Okay. So the first thing to do, in my opinion, okay, is to have this screen up and running. It's called the strategy trades all. Here are the alerts today. Number one. So if you don't have this screen up and running, click on new from the toolbar. Well, first of all, before I keep going, well, there could be others out there, so I'll do this. So you click on new from the toolbar, and don't get hung up on how many. I'm on a development version of the product, so I've got all these extra stuff, all these extra options to click on that I don't. But you see, I have 3 that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay, and when you click on that, this is kind of what you're going to see. I say kind of because you may have different column headings, but this is in essence what you're going to see. If you're doing this for the first time, though, if you look in this filter box, profitable trades is probably checked. Okay, uncheck it. Uncheck it. So, are we good so far, Vandy? Are you at this point anyway? If not, I will do it again. I can do it. I can do it again right from scratch. Don't go to the channel. Okay, the channel is overwhelming, in my opinion. Okay, I'm sorry. That last yes meant you're here. Okay, now why is it important to uncheck the profitable? So obviously, what this is trying to do is trying to tell you. Oops. It's trying to tell you, okay, these are the profitable trades today. Whatever the alert was, it's above the alert price. Okay, obviously, our RGB entry was at 410. Bugs me anyway. The alert price was at 410. I hate calling it the entry, but the alert price was at 410, and obviously the last price is 471. That's telling you what the percentage move is at that current price. Okay, But why uncheck the profitable? The reason you do that is this. Notice that there is something called the reentry price column. Okay, can you see that? And it should say when you uncheck the, well, it'll actually, you'll see this, but can you see that I have 32.30 for the IMVT? The reentry price at 32.30. Do you have that reentry price column? If you don't, okay, good. So why is that important? The reason that's important is because what happened here with the IMVT, you had an alert at 32.79, okay? The alert was at 32.79, but it actually hit the stop. Hit the stop at 31.81. So if you had taken it, there's your stop. There's the stop price right there, okay? Now, this is the idea behind the AI is that, you probably should obey the stop, though you may have a different idea about where you want to put a stop. But, if you want to follow it directly, then there's your stop for that particular price. Or stock, I'll expand it. But what happened is, you can see what happened. I'll click on the alert. So that little blue arrow, that is showing you the candle in a 15-minute chart where the alert happened. You see it went up, but it hit the stop. There's a stop at 31.84. Okay, it hit the stop, and then it came halfway between that original alert price, 32.79, and 31.81, and that halfway between it is 32.30. So you would have had an opportunity then if you had taken it the first time, okay, you got stopped out, though you probably could have made a little bit of money, because I think it popped up before it came back down. But let's just say you got stopped out. You took it the first time, you got stopped out. You now have an opportunity to take it for the second time, or maybe the first time. Maybe you disregarded it the first time. And so you could have taken it the second time, or maybe the first or the second time at 32.30. And look what happened. Before it pulled back at all, it went from 32.30 to 35.71. A great move, over a $3 move. The thing is, if you have profitable check, you're never going to see this alert because, there was the original price of our alert price at 32.79, 32.30, of course, is below that. So if you've got profitable check, you're not going to see this. Okay. Now I'm getting them. They tell me in the next release of the program that, they're profitable. See, the default is profitable, and it's nuts to have that as the default, because then you miss these. And why would you want to miss them? Because, look at it another way. Maybe the AI was a little bit early getting into the trade or the alert, but for all the reasons why it did give you the alert the first time, they're still potentially valid. Now you're getting a better price to get in. Okay, so that's hopefully that kind of, notice that the rest of them, no stock has hit the stop and then come halfway between the stop, the original alert price and the stop. This is the only one today. Some people use the AI just in this fashion. They just wait for reentries, and that's it. Will you miss one that runs right from the beginning? Sure. But some people just are more comfortable with just waiting for reentries if they happen. I'm not saying that's what you should do. So the other thing, the entry time. You will not get an alert until at least 9:40. Okay, the AI does not work in the pre-market, and there's on purpose. It gets delayed for 10 minutes before you'll get an alert. I don't mean it's all real time, but they don't want to have things firing off at 9:30. When things are very, very volatile. So they purposely delay the first alert until 9:40. Now we had one at 9:40, 9:41. It does not mean you will get an alert at 9:40. It just means that's the first time you will get one, though. Okay, but it doesn't mean every day you'll get one at 9:40. Okay. Now, I would not get hung up on why you're seeing these. Okay. I use this like a watch list. So just because I get an alert, it doesn't mean you just pile into the trade immediately. Okay. And the other thing is there's no auto trading in this. Okay. Auto trading. There is no auto trading in this. So for instance, if you got that alert for Red Robin at 410, you might have looked at this and gone, okay, it's an earnings play, a little pullback. Maybe you miss it on the first time, because it kind of ran, but you kind of like what you saw. You could have taken it on that pullback. Sure, you would have given up a little bit, but maybe to be a little more certain, you take it at 420 instead of 410. And had a nice run, beautiful run. But that's now your trader hat has to come on. Okay. It does require some trading experience. So there's no real, to understand it is it's not so much understanding why you're getting these alerts, in my opinion. When you buy a car, I guess some of you care. All I care about is I turn the ignition on and it starts. I don't care about the ins and outs and the why is that piston turning and what's happening with the catalytic converter, or if you have an EV, you don't have, what I mean. I don't care about the nuts and bolts of it. Just give me the alerts and then I'll figure out if I want to trade it or not. And you can see that today's, a relatively quiet day, but you're not inundated with alerts, so you have time. You don't get hung up at, okay, there was that alert price for RGB. Maybe you did a little work and you thought, okay, I want to make sure it's over the VWAP, it's this and that. There's no resistance looking left. The 200-day moving average is not going to block it from moving higher. And you spend 5 or 10 seconds, and it moves to 415. It's not the end of the world. Okay, these are not designed just to get quick scalps on them. Another good example of that reentry was it was the IMVT. Sorry, it was the only example was the IMVT today. Okay, so in terms of a video, how you use the AI will be up to you. There's no, okay, this is exactly what you should do. The only thing I say exactly what you should do is, in my opinion, have this screen up and just wait for the alerts. Make sure you've got the profitable unchecked. Now, the other thing is very important is put a sound alert in here, okay? So that when an alert, when a new symbol shows up in this box, you'll get a sound alert so that you'll know when a new symbol shows up. It also works when you get a reentry. You can put a sound alert in this box, so you have to guess. You don't have to keep staring at this and look at the time. Well, what time is it now? Okay, wow, I missed that. Okay, you can put a sound alert in here, and to do that, you right click in the box and click on Actions. And I don't know if you've used sound alerts before, because you can put sound alerts in your alert window. Okay, but you just basically follow this. You click on check on the play sound, set up the sound, and you can have the system read the symbol out to you. You can click text to speech if you want. You can get a female voice or a male voice, whichever you prefer if you want. Okay, or you can click on use custom sound, and then you click on select sound, and then here are the 3 folders that we've got for you with all these different sound alerts. If you click on the Mad Money, here are all the different sounds within Mad Money. And you can pick one, like you pick Hallelujah or whatever, left click on it. You can open it, then you play it. And if you like the sound, then you say okay a couple of times, and then the sound gets attached, okay, to the window. So it's important, because if you have several alert windows open, you want to put sound alerts on those windows and on the AI, and and then when you hear a sound, you'll know which window to look at. Obviously, you don't want to put text to speech to every one of them, otherwise you'll not know which window to look at. Now, the whole section on sound alerts, because that's a lot of information, but if you click on my homepage link, If you click on my homepage link, and then scroll down a little bit until you see the education section right here. Click on the more info, and at the top is our user guide. And we're sound alerts, okay? So everything I just talked about is right in here. And there may be a blurb on, I mean, here it is, the AI Holly Guide, but I'm telling you, I don't know. I've never even looked at it, to be honest. I mean, I think it probably talks about the channel and all that. And this could be a little bit old anyway, but what I said, I think is the easiest way to, first of all, look at the alerts that happen. After that, though, I mean, you really you have to have some kind of trading expertise, to understand, well, how are you going to trade them? So kind of clear, Vandy, kind of. I know there's a lot I went over, but is it kind of clear? And the thing is then that take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. So you don't have to do this every day. You don't have to load this every day. Just incorporate this as part of your layout. And then, you just wait for the alerts to happen. Well, here's another, aspect of it. I mean, you might look at Hive right now, okay? Here's Hive, okay? So it's a little bit positive. The alert was at 384. It's at 398 right now. Because people say, well, can you use this for swing trading or well, the AI is going to get at this. They're going to get out of every trade at 355, okay? You don't have to though. I mean, if you took this and you like the way it closed, and when you look left, I mean, I don't know what it looks like on a weekly chart, but the next high in a monthly chart is way up there at 565. You make a determination whether or not you want to hold it. Okay. Now, understanding that it is a crypto play, it's in the crypto world. So a lot is going to, right now, I mean, crypto is up 832 to 77.5. Overnight, if crypto just collapses for some reason or moves down $2,000, I mean, this could, this could also move down. So that's all I'm saying is that your trader's mentality comes into play. Do you want to hold a crypto stock or an energy stock or something that, can be affected by whatever happens overnight? Necessarily a bio that can be, you can get destroyed on if they come up with bad data or they do a financing. I mean, so I mean, those are things, you have to obviously be prepared for. But look at this Perigo guy. So now this Perigo is coming right into some resistance, perhaps. Okay, the high right now is right at the high of the day. Looking left, there's a high of 1121, a high of 1124, a high of 1123. So coming right into potential resistance. Now, if it takes that out, the next high is 1184. So put a price alert there. Put a price alert right around that area. See if it gets there. Number one, I mean, it's very close. But if it gets stopped, this could turn into a bit of a short. I mean, it's strong. It's trying to recover. It's trying to wipe out all these previous days, but that could be some pretty tough resistance. 3 days right there. How did Alberson do today? This was a strange one yesterday. Yeah, if you were in the room yesterday, you saw this tremendous run. ACI, Albertson, and Kroger, KR, were doing this, and the market was doing that. Then the market started to move higher. Then the market was doing this, and this was doing that. It was a strange, but this was such an amazing run because the market was down a lot while ACI and KR were running higher. But I'm glad you asked the question, Vandy, because there could be 5 or 10 other people who, people are shy to ask questions. I get it. I do. I understand. So, but if somebody asks a question, it could be answering, I could be answering that same question for 5 or 10 other people who, are just too shy to ask the question. Buy low, sell high, William. That is a surefire way to make money. Now, somebody asked about MX earlier. Interesting. I didn't love it because it was, just chopping around. I do notice it showing up on that scan, but why? I mean, yeah, a few are showing up now. Okay, let's take a look. I want to see what these look like. Yeah, well, we need an explanation about what I know why they're showing up. I understand why they're showing up in terms of meeting all the filter requirements, and here's the alert, a new high of the day. But what makes them that special? And those are the scans from Dan. Okay, so I have no feedback whatsoever on them, or I've had no feedback. I do understand that somebody is going to create the help screen for it. So trying to give you an idea about what it's looking for. And when I talk about Dan, I'm talking about Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, who did his thing between 12 and 1 on his YouTube stream. And he talked about these 4 new filters that we just added. No late close today. Okay. So guys, when I leave, the room is not going to be open. So I'm going to leave in, maybe 10 minutes or so. It's 1:55. Might hang around to about 2:05. I'll always hang around later if there are questions, though. But Obi is not going to keep the room open later or after I leave. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask now. Okay, how about FAB or FABC? Just over the whole number. Next high looking left. Yeah, it's got some room, guys. Got some room. Started trading as FABC a couple of weeks ago. Terrible spread, 501, 518. Not interested. Well, guys, this could do it. I mean, this is it's well, kind of making higher lows, very gently making higher lows on the well, it's sort of basing here on the 15, the lows. But HCWB is trying to perhaps get through the VWAP. The VWAP is at the actual number is around 245. Okay. I'm actually seeing that this line I got, which takes into account pre-market, and this number are just about the same now. So I don't know. Maybe this number is starting to take into account the pre-market, or maybe this just didn't trade that much in the pre-market. But when you look down at the volume, though, look at the volume. No, like there's nothing. I mean, the absolute volume, sure, 436,000 shares on this bar, but it's not standing out. What we need is something that's standing out, like a big volume bar that's standing out, that looks like there's some enthusiasm coming back in. Otherwise, you could play the break, but if there's no volume, is the break really valid? At least that's the way I see it. Oops, sorry guys, I put that in the wrong. Just thumbnailing that chart on my other monitor. I didn't see that in my calendar. I must have missed that. Yeah. No, yeah. I only went down to about noon. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. FOMC is at 2 o'clock. No press release. No presser today, though. The only thing I can think of is that if in the minutes they say, you know what, we are considering with inflation the way it's going of raising rates. I don't know if they do that sort of thing in the minutes. I don't know. But let's face it, that's kind of the big fear of everyone right now. Okay, 2 o'clock has come. Or is now. Here's a 5-minute chart for the SPY. Little bit of a downturn, but nothing. Here, I get a 1 minute to see if there's anything interesting. Well, guys, I will say this about the HCWB. I mean, in fact, just give me a moment. Won 23 races. Okay, 23 races. Okay, so it is, by far the stock that has won the most races in this race, by far. And it's trying mightily to get through that VWAP. Remember, the high today is way up here at $4, so that's at 10:30. But you can see the volume is nothing fabulous. I mean, you'd like to see a volume bar maybe about that size, the 115, not the color, or maybe the 110 volume bar, just so it's standing out. You're looking back a few, an hour or so. You want to see something standing out. Yeah, as William said, really nothing to look at. The FOMC minutes, nothing really to look at. Here's our SPY chart. We're almost 3 minutes into it, so nothing really to look at. Okay, guys, I don't see any more questions. I'll hang around for one more minute just to see if anybody wants to put in a question. Otherwise, I'm going to take off. So again, I'll say thanks for all the help all day long, as always. The main room will open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. And Obi will not keep this room open after I leave. So I think I'm going to take off now, guys. So again, thanks for all the help. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll get on the mic tomorrow between 9 and 9:15. The main room will be open, though, at around 6:45 a.m. So if you want to interact with other traders during the pre-market, come into the main room. Okay, guys, close the session with that message and close our session. Okay, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. And I'm ending the stream in YouTube.